Welcome, Bear Nation. You're tuned in to the LR Bears Open here from Irwin Belk Track in Hickory, North Carolina. Third outdoor meet of the season. And it's officially outdoor season now as all the indoor nationals have officially passed. And it's time to look forward to the next big meets and everything that's going on. We have a nice full meet today. A lot of teams here. 8 teams competing. And we should have some good competition. Sun's out. It's expected to heat up over the course of the day. It's a little windy, so we'll have to deal with some headwind and tailwind throughout the day. But right now, as you can see on the track, we have 2 runners, both from Wingate, Jacob Curtis Guy and Parker Hatley. They're starting this meet off with a 10,000 meter run. I'll be joined by several other members of the track team to help me commentate this meet. So for a nice day, and they have 25 laps to start us out, and then we're going to get running into what should be a great meet.
Mark, 5K in 17:37.
Gosh it, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip Hop Group Tag Team to help you plan dessert?
French vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop shakalaka, 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 shaka, scoop shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
And women's steeplechase is underway. Steeplechasers will be up next. Is steeplechasers should have checked in. 38 at the bell for Dahlberg. approximately 450 at the play mark for Zijek.
Everett Chevrolet Buick GMC is ready for another exciting football season. Everett has been a proud sponsor of the Lenoir-Rhyne Bears for 25 years, and we wish the Bears a safe and successful season. And August means it's all systems go for another winning season with the Carolina Panthers. We have a tradition of winning in the Carolinas, and when you want to be a winner in the car, truck, or SUV game, come see the sales and service champions at Everett, because if you didn't get an Everett deal, you dropped the ball, baby. Woo!
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
I love being busy in my garden. I got flowers to plant and beds to clean out. When I was feeling really tired and not like myself, I saw a doctor. Look at me now. The doctors were good, they worked with me, and they laughed with me. I'm back to doing everything I love. I needed a doctor, and I found the expert for my heart.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, Anthony Brown with Colby Beaker.
Yes, sir.
We're here for the LR Bears Open. It's been a good day so far. We've seen a school record broken twice in the women's steeplechase.
That's right.
We've just seen an impressive performance over there in the high jump by Carson Newman. Lise McCrae athletes even getting involved in this, having some good numbers. Long jump going on behind us. Shot put out in the field. Sun's out. It's a little bit windy, but I don't think anybody's complaining.
Oh, no. It's a lot better than the rain. Ain't complaining out here.
You see events going on all over the place. Pole vault also going. Very active for the women right now. Long jumps in finals. So as they finish up, we'll get the numbers there. And on the track, we're getting set for the women's 4x1. 3 teams in this. Tusculum, Carson Newman A, and a Carson Newman B. And then after that, we'll have the men run. So.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one, AB. I'm ready to, although LR is not in this one, I'm ready to see Tusculum and this A and B team for Carson Newman go at it. And both the men's and women's, looks like Carson Newman has a A and B team also on the men's side. So it should be interesting. A lot of fast runners. Get after it. See exchanges. Hope they're clean. It's a nice, great day out here in Hickory.
Exactly. The wind, it's been a little up and down, but it's been a good day. Going off a very, very busy day of sports yesterday. Just keeping the weekend going. The Bears, if you want to count all the games that were played yesterday, they totaled 10 wins in just one day between all the sports.
No losses. No losses. 10-0 on the day. Yeah, I think that's right. Men's and softball both swept in their games. We had volleyball come away with a 3-1 set. We had football go out there and beat Barton College. And
men's lacrosse got a big-time win.
That's right. Beat number 12, Queens. So, hey, men's lacrosse moving up in the rankings.
Also just setting the bar for their best start in program history. If you haven't got a chance to watch the men's lacrosse team, I highly suggest it. Extremely entertaining.
Very, very entertaining.
But also, too, on the track, it's extremely entertaining. It's the 4x1, and the women are now getting in the blocks as the exchange zones are ready. And this happens in a blur. Last time we had the 4x1, we didn't get any finishes because the exchanges are so critical. But what's your favorite part about this race, Colby?
I like the curb work on this back 300 stretch. I think that, like we said, the exchanges in between are the most critical part to finishing the race. But I like that handoff from the third to the fourth first, and then see where they take off that last 100 meters here. But looks like for that first exchange, all 3 clean handoff. Tusculum gaining ground. It looks like on that back 250.
A little trouble right there for Carson Newman's A team, but they get the exchange. And now we have a race going down the back stretches. Tusculum and Newman right next to each other.
Carson Newman trying to gain ground on this Tusculum. Looks like she will. So we have Carson Newman, women's runner, down right before the finish line. Hope she's okay down there. She looks to be okay as she trots off the rest and finishes off. So props for her for getting up and wiping it off. Hope she's okay, like we said. But it is Tusculum. Looks like they will end up taking first in that.
And next up will be the men on the track. We'll have 3 teams as well. Carson Newman B in lane 3, Carson Newman A in lane 4, and Tusculum out in lane 5. Take a quick second while they get set. exchange zones all give the clear. And now we're about set for the men's portion of the 4x1.
Yes,
Just two
sir.
teams. Carson Newman in lane 4, Tuscum in lane 5. This Carson Newman team, extremely dangerous. Has a lot of speed on it. Devin Moore.
It looks like Devin Moore be anchoring that Carson Newman team. So, like I said, in that women's 4x1, I like watching the anchor for that, for the 4x1. In all races, I really enjoy watching the anchor, see if they catch ground on any of the other runners. But gunshot first 4x1s. I'll see how they go with this first exchange here for the men's.
As we see two pretty even handoffs right there, and Newman had to be full extension to get it, but
wow,
the speed on the back half, running away with it.
Carson Newman.
And it's a smooth handoff right there in the exchange. Newman now opening up a gap.
See how Devin Moore does for them.
And Moore,
clean exchange.
Very smooth runner. Multiple time All-American. Looks to bring this one home for the Eagles, and he does. Pioneers right behind. Two strong showings. We'll get the official numbers on those in a little bit from the live results. But after that, we'll take a short pause. Next on the track will be the women 1,500 meter run, and then the men 1,500 meter run to follow. You are listening to LR Track and Field on the Bear Sports Network. We're going to take a short break and be right back.
Celebrate great with Carolina West Wireless. Great new phones and a great customer experience, all on our great nationwide high-speed network. Stop by today and get big savings on select Samsung smartphones, like $350 off the Samsung Galaxy S20 and S20 Plus, and $350 off the Note 20 and Note 20 Ultra. The great savings continue with 4 lines of unlimited data for just $35 a month per line. Celebrate great savings and go stay connected wherever your travels take you.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
15 runners in each. 14 in the first, 15 in the second. It's the faster heat here. So we have a bunch of wing-it runners, Carson Newman, Anderson, Lynchburg. No Lenoir-Rhyne in this heat, but we do have Lenoir-Rhyne in the section 2. 1500 up in first. You're following along with Meg Rapley from Wing It. She does have the fastest time coming into the 1500 here. She's looking to hold off a strong push against the rest of the ladies. Trying to set a new mark for PR 443 here on the sheet. But she's followed closely behind by Rachel Strayer on the first. 6 runners up here in the front looking like they're trying to pull away from the rest of the field. That's 1 and 2. Separate themselves from the rest of the pack as they're down to the last 150 here. Coming up last 100, Meg Rapley. She'll put a strong kick into this 100 here. She's off. It is Kristen Packer coming up there in 4th place trying to catch the rest of them. It's a little more to me. strong push in front of her. Open up a bigger, slight margin of lead on the next two runners right behind her. So we come down to our last lap. So Kylie Dahlberg down there cheering on her teammates, trying to get Scotland, Pearson, Alexis, and Jordan set new PRs.
Section 2 goes to Laura Massey at 5:04.52.
Celebrate great with Carolina West Wireless. Great new phones and a great customer experience, all on our great nationwide high-speed network. Stop by today and get big savings on select Samsung smartphones, like $350 off the Samsung Galaxy S20 and S20 Plus, and $350 off the Note 20 and Note 20 Ultra. The great savings continue with 4 lines of unlimited data for just $35 a month per line. Celebrate great savings and go stay connected wherever your travels take you.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Welcome back on the Bear Sports Network. I'm Anthony Brown, bringing to you now the first heat of the men's 1,500-meter run. I'll see a lot of Bulldogs up in the front of this one, leading the way as they'll try to pack up and run in some large numbers. Big shout out to Colby Beaker coming on the mic and really covering a couple of events. I know he still has to compete today, so best of luck to him as he continues to be an athlete throughout the day. But we see a couple athletes on the track that have, as you can see, Bulldogs. It's about 5 of them up there with a 6-1 lurking. And on my sheet, it looks like there's about 8 of them. Bulldogs looking to dominate this event today. Looks like that's Retschlag. Jacob Retschlag of Wingate out front leading the way, followed by Morchin. These Bulldogs are very strong runners in some of these longer distance events. Expect them to have a lot of success throughout the year. We're at the bell lap now, and looks like for the Bulldogs, Rich Schlag pulled off. Maybe just setting as a pacer for his fellow teammates who now go out there and chase a big time as they pull away from the pack.
Broken and Willis, 200 to go.
And just a little over 110. Willis making a move on the outside. Willis, Morchin. Willis will take that one. 3:55:03. And then Baston Roken, right behind him. As we have events finishing all over the place, I actually can bring to you some of the field events that have finished up. Zalisha Frazier of Lees McRae took first place in the women's triple jump with a winning mark of 11.62 meters. And Nessie Searles and Naya Hortis, both of Wingate, second and third respectively, 11.12 and 10.63. So those were your top three in the women's triple jump. Officially, Kylie Dahlberg ran in the steeplechase at 11:09, shattering the LR school record by over a minute. Also getting under the old school record was Elizabeth Kessler. Two ladies in their first time running it. Kessler at 11:34. And now we have the second heat for the 1500 going on, and you'll see a couple bears out there. Eli Ruggs and Jacob Marsh sporting the new black uniforms for the Bears. Still waiting on some other numbers to come in for the men, and especially in the field events. here at the Bell Lap. We're here at the Bell Lap of the second heat of the men's 1,500 meter run. Connor McCroy, Lynchburg out front. Iron Dash of Elise McCray right behind. As they get ready to head into the final push. It's going to be a tight race down the backstretch, but McCroy trying to hold off his teammates, pleading desperately for him to finish strong. But a strong push on the outside from Arendash will give him the heat. And McCroy takes second. Nice strong finish down there at the end. And Eli Riggs for LR getting ready to cross the finish line. Got to set up for what'll be next on the track. Will be on the back stretch, the hurdles. Women's 100-meter hurdles first. And followed by the men's 110. We'll see a few bears out there. But while we get ready to prepare for the hurdles to go on, we're going to take a short break here and be back to you on the Bear Sports Network.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip Hop Group Tag Team to help you plan dessert?
Fresh vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop this, scoop this, scoop this, scoop this, scoop shakalaka, 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 shaka, scoop shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, Anthony Brown, as we bring to you the LR Bears Open from the Irwin Belk track. First heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Watch out for in lane 3, Leticia Venasio of the Bears. And they're off. And we have a stumble, actually. But out there pushing. It's like of Lynchburg. Seward. Another stumble. And a finish. Kind of a discombobulated race, but good job right there. Venasio, who fell on the first hurdle, finishing her race. Glad to see she's up and okay. Not the race she expected or wanted, but it's what she got. And Seward of Lynchburg, looks like she was the one who took that. It's kind of a very interesting race. A lot of hurdle contact early on. 14:86 for Seward, which looks like it'll be a new PR for her. Came in with a seated time of 15:01. Was able to focus even through all the contact and noise around her. Finish her race. Heat 2 will have, looks like, just 2 competitors. Kennedy Connor for the Bears and Kanisha Stubbs, Tusculum. Look like your 2 runners here. Connor, also a high jumper as well. Works as a multi, so it's a tune-up event for her. First time doing it. Hoping to put out a big-time number. And the runners are off. Stubbs and Connor next to each other. 2-man race, and Stubbs looks like she's pulling away. A good job right there to finish through the line. And now the hurdles will be moved back, or they'll be moved up a little more as we get ready for 110-meter hurdles for the men. Raise them all the way up to 42 inches. For the men, we'll also have two heats. 7 runners in the first heat, 3 in the second. Should be some pretty good times, as these men are all fairly close to each other in the times, and we'll see what they can put out here on the track today. Looks like the hurdles are all set and the competitors are getting into their blocks. Just doing some final check downs, make sure everything's in line. In lane 2, Divine Drummond of LR. Lane 3, Ryan 4, Lynchburg. Lane 4, Thomas Nolte of Wingate. Lane 5, Malik Harvey of Lynchburg. Lane 6, Elijah Crompton of Wingate. And in lane 7, Isaiah Brothers of Lynchburg. Just one last set of run-throughs for these competitors as they get ready to compete. Leading time in this heat will be Thomas Nolte. Came in with a seated time of 15.24. But a lot of times around him, so we'll be interested to see. And for a lot of these competitors, this is their first time being able to run in over a year because an outdoor season was canceled last year. So these numbers could be a little bit inflated as these competitors didn't get a chance to drop some of these seeding numbers and drop some of those PRs from the last season. But they call for them to get on the marks. After this, we'll have one more heat for the 400-meter dash. And they're off. You see Nolte, Drummonds, Crompton all up there at the top. Nolte trying to push away. And it looks like Nolte might have came across the finish line first. $15.47 for Thomas Nolte. And Crompton of Wingate right behind him. And then Ryan 4 of Lynchburg is in third, and Divine Drummond for LR. He'll take fourth. Move on to the second heat. After this, they'll clear the hurdles off the track and get ready for the 400-meter dash. There'll be 3 of the sections of those for the women and 4 for the men. out there. Good form on the outside right there by, who is that? Leontes of Tusculum. Leontes of Tusculum. Nice strong showing right there. 15:34 might have been the best time of the day. Coming out of the second heat. You normally don't see that too often, but that was a very, very strong running for Tusculum. Yes, and it does give him the overall time. Leontes in the second heat, basically running by himself, outran the field. We also have, we're going to move the hurdles back and reset up for the women, as they have one more hurdler that it was added in at the end. So we'll have one more 100-meter hurdle for the women before we move on. Lone female competitor out there. We'll get a name and number on her time, but that was a nice strong showing right there. Good speed through the hurdles, and Welcome back on the Bear Sports Network. Anthony Brown. I'm joined by All-American Lucas Bassong, straight off of his indoor campaign. Not competing today, taking some time off. And it's a lot of good vibes out here. As you see, the women's 400 meters on the track, and got a full heat out there. Heat 1 of 4. Interested to see some of those times. And Lucas, as I bring you in, 400 meter runner yourself, All-American in the 4x4, and you have big aspirations for yourself. But what's your favorite part about watching the 400 meters?
Favorite part to watch about the 400 is to see how you start off your race, because how you start off your race is going to determine how you finish your race. If you start too fast, the last 100, the monkey's going to hop on your back. If you start at a good decent pace and then you finish good, you're going to have a good race. For instance, Saida started off good and now she's finishing strong. Now she can hold the last 50 meters, she's going to win the race.
And you talked about it, Saida Hardwick out in front looking to hold off. And across the finish line looks like about 56, high 56 seconds over there, and good push all around. Hardwick and then Emily Deadweller. 57.93 to follow up. That's heat 1. 57 seconds. That's a pretty good time to start out for these ladies. I know Hardwick, she's had a little bit of trouble early on, but it looks like she finally figured something out right there. And we're moving on to the second heat. Be no Bears in this one. Another thing we get to see for the Bears is we get to see the new black uniforms. What are your thoughts on them?
New black uniforms? I love them. I had an opportunity to wear black uniforms last week at Nationals before everybody else. Got to do the Bears preview for the Bears Sports page in the black uniforms. They feel great. They look great. Makes everybody else look great. Everybody loves them. So I think it's, great aspiration to the team.
As they get on the marks for the next set of runners. Hayden of Anderson in lane 1, Packer of Lynchburg in lane 2, Watkins of Tuscaloosa 3, Sells, Lincoln Memorial 4, Covington, Lincoln Memorial 5, Camerata of Lynchburg in 6, and Lindsay of Wingate in 7. As they're off, one more heat to follow this. And you got a chance to go to Nationals, run down there in Birmingham. What was it like for you being your first time at an indoor Nationals? Just the environment itself.
The whole week it was kind of weird because usually I went to Nationals my outdoor freshman year, and they had a whole bunch of activities for us to do, pass by the week. But since COVID, when we went down to Nationals this time, you just sat in the hotel room, and the only way you could watch the live events is if you watched it online. So it was like just sitting in the hotel room, just watching the events. It was just kind of weird because it's like when there was no events, you could do your schoolwork for an hour, but after that, what are you going to do? We build team chemistry a little bit more, but other than that, it was just kind of weird because it's like, this isn't really the national experience, but you just have to find a way to go about it.
Exactly, and going about it is exactly what Watkins did right there for Tuscaloosa, running away from the field. Take the second heat. 58.99 her time, beating her seeded time by a full 3 seconds. Also, too, we're seeing today a lot of fast times. This fast track, still pretty fresh. We have fans back in the bleachers to help, so coming down the back straightaway. As a 400 runner, when you're coming out of this back curve, you have your teammates and parents and some classmates cheering for you. What does that do for you?
Well, for me personally, I always tell the people that are close to me that I have in the stands, or my teammates that, I call them mostly my brothers and my sisters. I let them know, like, if there's somebody that's on my heels or someone that's close, don't cheer like everybody else. Give me a different signal, because then I can indicate, maybe my arms are not moving fast enough, I don't have enough knee drive, or something that I can fix that I haven't noticed, that I can notice right then to fix. So sometimes, you hear everybody cheering, but, you could think that you're in first, but literally you have someone that's holding your pocket, but you don't know because you can't see it. So sometimes you have to ask different people in the crowd to give you a judgment for your race, because you can only see so much.
And with that being said, do you feel like there's any part of the race where you would need support the most? Is the first half of the race getting out, you would like to hear your cheers more, or is it down the back stretch do you like to hear, support and pushing you on? Just when would you like to hear feedback from your teammates or the people who support you?
See, throughout my career running the 400 in high school, it started out with the first curve, because I could never get out. Then I finally overcame the part of getting out because I was afraid to get out because I thought I'd always die. So then I finally got out, and that's when I started to see my PRs decrease. I was like, okay. Then it started turning into the last 50, because that's when you start to lose form. The monkey hops on your back, and you're just like giving it everything that you have. So that now at this point in my career, where everyone's just running fast, balls to the wall, it's the last literally 35, because the last 35 can be very brutal.
As we've seen right there, Anna Tunchi of Lynchburg overtaking Johnson of Anderson to win the final heat for the women's 400-meter dash. Next up on the track will be the men. We'll have the first heat. There'll be 4 heats of this. A lot of good time split between here. Only one bear will be running today, and that'll be down in the 4th heat, so we'll talk about him a little later.
4 sections in the women's 100, 5 sections in the men's 100.
And we have 4 heats of this 100-meter dashes. You've also had the experience of being able to go to nationals for a 4x1. I know you're not a 100-meter specialist, but you do consider yourself a pretty fast individual. I mean, you have to have some type of wheels to be on a 4x1 and to travel with a team to nationals. What is the difference between a 100 and a 400 outside of just the obvious fact of distance, like strategy-wise?
There's so many things I could tell you, but for the most one that sticks out to me, it's all about the foot speed. Like, you can have, like, for me, I have pretty average foot speed. Like, I have certain decent good foot speed, but in the 400, foot speed can carry you around the track, and you can still run good times. But in the 100, if you have average foot speed, you'll probably run anywhere from a good 10.8 to a good 11, which is okay, but it's not really something that you really need. Whereas in the 4x1, it's all about foot speed, form, and technique. And if you're lacking in those 3 things, we all know slow feet don't eat. So that's a big difference in the 100 and the 4.
And the men are now in the blocks as they get prepared. Looks like lanes 3 and 4 will be empty. Kind of opens up this field a little bit. It's a good start. Interesting to see how these athletes compete. Coming out of the first curve. Can't tell, but it looks like short of, or actually, Kuwait of Lynchburg on the outside might be leading the way here. And this one's going to be a tight one down the finish. Burks on the inside for Wingate. Looks like he's trying to overtake. Can he hold off? Looks like Burks on the inside will take that one at about 50 seconds. Low 50s, high 49s, somewhere in there. We'll get a live time in just a second. 49.82 for Mark Burks. The big number. Well, what's the big number? What's the milestone number? Like, you have 100-yard games in football, you have 20-point games in basketball. What's the number in a 400-meter hurdle that kind of signifies where like an average player from a good runner? What's the number? What's the number that separates you from the pack?
Separates you from the pack that you can tell if someone is just like destroying the whole entire track.
We're not talking like I'm not specifically saying, but like you got your all-around level and you got your competitive level. What takes people to that? What's the number? You know, what's the plateau? What's the number that you're trying to break to say that you're competitive against almost everybody?
I would say 47.8.
47.8.
Because from 47 flat to 47.8. Okay, anything lower than 47, that's all American level.
Mm-hmm.
From 47 to 47.8 is all competitiveness, because it's like you have maybe about 50 kids that are going to be in that range from 47 to 47.8. So then from that part is just really how bad do you want it, how bad do you want to get to the next stage.
In the second heat, looks like we only have a couple of competitors. Norman of Anderson, Elkins of Mars Hill. And I'll see which one. I think that's Neves of Lynchburg out there in lane 6. We'll see them as they come down the home stretch. But indoors officially done. Outdoors getting ready to start up for you. You get this weekend off, coming off of a long indoor season, a successful indoor season. But what do you do to prepare yourself now for the next phase, which is outdoor, and the big goals you have set for that?
Basically, just stick to the game plan that I always had. Work hard, be dedicated, and every loss and every win that I take, I always make sure I reflect on everything. Whether it's a loss, whether it's a win, always reflect, rewatch my races, and sometimes, you always got to do an extra work. But I also have to transition my mind that compared to indoor, I'm not going around the track twice anymore. It's just one big oval. So that plays a big difference in my mind. I don't have to go around a track twice. I only have to go around it once. So that's pretty much really what it really is for me. As for much goals, well, last season my goal was 46.88, but COVID took that away from me. So the goal still stands. 46.88 is going to be my goal for outdoor for the 400. 4x1, 4x4, 310, 39.68, and then 200, 21.5.
So clearly to understand what it means for your teammates to be involved, this relay guy, this team, it's grown a lot over the years. You were able to take the 4x4 relay team to nationals in the indoors, first time in LR history. Just speak of some of your teammates and really what you think of them, and also this team, just the growth that they've made, and just from the start of the year to now.
I think when we first got here, everybody was confused on like how the team was going to operate, how we were going to handle COVID, and how we were going to practice and be able to compete. When we first got here, nobody really knew if we were going to have an indoor season. Nobody knew if we were going to have an outdoor season. No one even knew if we were going to stay in school past September. But we all got past that. Great President Witt, great President Witt, great AD Kim Pate. They stuck on us. Mask wherever you go. You're a mirror image of this campus. Put that mask on, be safe. They limited all the guidelines, made sure everybody was straight. So now just transitioned onto the track. Everybody had their mask on. Everybody was dedicated that we wanted to compete, because we have seniors that, this could be the last time that they ever get to run in college. And that means a lot to me that I get to see my seniors, go out and run. Like, this is something that they've been doing for a very long time, and now they don't get to do it anymore. So this is their last season. So we wanted to give it to them. So I preached a good word to everybody, like, guys, mask. We're going to follow these rules and be on your P's and Q's. And from there, everybody started holding everybody accountable, and you could just see freshmen growing up as leaders. For example, we have a stud from Dansville, New York, Jacob Wadsworth. When he got here, he kind of just, walked around this, that, and the third. He didn't know where he fit. Now, he's one of our bright leaders. 2-time All-American. He has a great future ahead of him. And then you had other leaders that, that we didn't expect to be leaders. For example, Marlon Davis. Quiet kid. You don't expect much out of him. But now you can see he started to be more vocal. Starts to care about a little bit more. Starts preaching a little bit more to everybody else. And then we have the guy over there, Chandler Stamp. He walks around here. He doesn't really say much. But after hanging around me a little bit, I'm like, dude, come on, man. Just talk to kids. And now, everybody, we have great leaders besides me. We have PJ. We have the man on the mic himself, Anthony Brown. We just have a whole bunch of leaders that care, that want to go out get this SAC Outdoor Championship and bring it back to LR.
I have nothing else to say to that. That was a great little sermon by you. We got one more heat of the 400. Real quick, just want to give a moment to talk about some of the impressive numbers we've seen even on the women's side today of Kylie Dahlberg and Elizabeth Kessler, both shattering the school record, putting themselves 1 and 2. We got women's high jump going right now. Pole vault went on earlier. The women's team doesn't necessarily impact the men as much, but we're two separate teams. But just talk about how it's a family here on campus and how it's one track program.
It's one big family. At the end of the day, it's one big family. Because believe it or not, you may think that it's boys track and field and girls track and field, but at the end of the day, when you look at it, you see more boys and girls walking together than you see girl or boy. That's just the connection that we have. I mean, some of the teammates that we have, their closest friend on the team happens to be a boy, happens to be a girl, and that's just the connection that we build every day. Like, don't be afraid to talk to the opposite gender. We're all here for the same thing. We all want to see each other succeed, and it's just that carries over. Like, I'll give you an example. Like me and Kylie, we see each other. We don't talk nearly as often, but me and Kylie, we don't find the same things interesting or intriguing. But Kylie likes the confidence and mentality that I carry around, and I feel like throughout the season from indoor to outdoor, I think like the few conversations that we've had, I think it's transferred over to her, and that's showing out on the track. She smashed the record by what do you say, over a minute?
Over a minute.
That's insane. Over a minute. Like, usually you see school records being broken by a couple seconds, but a whole minute. That's insane. That just shows like the connection that we have.
And it's a lot of special things going on. Well, I'm gonna let you go. You gave me a great time on this mic as someone who doesn't love to talk on the mic much. You did a great job for me now. I appreciate everything you've done. Rest up, stay healthy, and do big things on the track so we can keep bringing you on here. That'll be all. Next up on the track, we'll have the women's 100-meter dash. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back here on the Bear Sports Network.
Our decision as a conference last Thursday to cancel the spring season was not made lightly.
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, Anthony Brown. Again, shout out to Lucas Bisong. All-American joined us on the mic. And now we have the women's 100-meter dash. You see a tight race coming down the stretch, pulling away. Looks like that was Bostic, Faith Bostic of Tusculum. Really pulling away right there. Late push created some separation. Amanda Lowe of Carson Newman was the one who got overtaken at the end right there. Good showing by her, just unable to finish it off at the end. Events finishing all over the place. We got field events going on now. Now triple jumps are getting ready to warm up. Women's shot put, women's high jump, and men's pole vault are all getting ready to hit their field events. Earlier in the disc throw, Carly Platt and Lexi May took first and second, respectively, of the discus throw. Platt won it with a mark of 40.65, and May second with a mark of 37.63. Bao Wood of Lees McRae, 34.91. And that got her third. Bostic with a time of 12:07, low, 12:19. And then third, Jordan Seeley of the Bears came in at a 12:25, beating her seeded time. Aiming for a new PR right there is Seeley. Now we're ready for the second heat. Dunlap, lane 1 of Wingate. Williams, lane 2 of Wingate. Campbell, lane 3 of Carson Newman. Robinson, lane 4, Wingate. Carter, lane 5, Tusculum. Edow, lane 6, Wingate. Ozai, lane 7, Lenoir-Rhyne. And Leicester, lane 8, Lees McRae. Set, and they're out. Clean start, trying to see on the outside. That's going to be a tight one down the stretch. We might need a photo finish here. It's a strong finish. Looks like the Bears might have took that one. Very, very close race right there. Robinson of Wingate actually gets it. Robinson takes the time. Robinson, 12:90. Now that moves us on to the third heat. Winger, Joshua Winger of Lynchburg in lane 1, Joshua of Lenoir-Rhyne in lane 2, White of Lees McRae in lane 3, Johnson of Mars Hill in lane 4, Owens of Lenoir-Rhyne in lane 5, Barnes of Lynchburg in 6, Perry of Lynchburg in 7, and Camarta of Lynchburg in 8. See a nice clearance over there in the women's high jump for Kennedy Connor. This lady's getting a chance to compete now. Representing for the Bears, you have Kiara Moore, Megan Bowman, Kennedy Connor in the high jump. As a third heat for the 100 is on its way. It looks like pulling away on the inside right there. See who that is? It's Whites of Lee's McRae. Looks like she ran away from the field. .1286. Kimberly Owens of LR second. 13:18. Moves us on to the final heat of the women's 100-meter dash. Carter of Tusculum in lane 1. Russell of Lynchburg in lane 2. Parsons of Lynchburg in lane 3. Heraskova of Carson Newman in lane 4. Anderson of Lynchburg in lane 5. Camden of Lynchburg in lane 6. And Engel of Tusculum in lane 7. After this, we'll have 5 heats of the men's 100-meter dash. This heat is off. Strong showing on the inside. Pushed by Carter of Tusculum. Looks like she'll push away. And take that one pretty easily.
And section 4 to Savannah Carter of Tusculum at 13.55. Next we have 5 seconds for the men's 100. Again, we are at second call for the 800 meters and first call for the 400 hurdles.
Now on the track is the men's 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Hurst of Tusculum, Sims of Lees McRae in 2, Dudley, Carson Newman 3, Moore of Carson Newman 4, Jennings of Wingate 5, Milliken of Carson Newman 6, Jimson of Carson Newman 7, and Turner Jr. of Lenoir-Rhyne in 8. They get off. It's a nice strong start for Turner Jr. on the outside. But Evan Moore really showing off his speed in the middle. And I think he took that one. The several-time All-American. 5 take third place as he had a good start. Now we get ready for the second heat. In Heat 2, we'll have Greer of Carson Newman, Dwight of Lenoir-Rhyne, Davis of Lenoir-Rhyne, Weathers of Wingate, Young of Wingate, Hart of Tusculum, Payne of Lenoir-Rhyne, and Douglas of Lynchburg. As we'll have a few people missing out of this heat. Just waiting on whatever the communication is at the start of the race. Following this will be the 800 meters on the track. we're back now on the Bear Sports Network as we got a run on the outside, and looks like that'd be Douglas of Lynchburg on the outside taking this heat. Full heat on the way here. In lane 1, Diggs of Lynchburg. In lane 2, Navarres of Lynchburg. In lane 3, Hibbert of Carson Newman. Lane 4, Purser of Tusculum. In lane 5, Brown Flowers of Lynchburg. In lane 6, Maddox of Lenoir-Rhyne. In lane 7, 4 of Lynchburg. In lane 8, Rhea of Lynchburg. Runners getting the marks, getting the blocks. We have 2 more heats after this before the 800s will hit the track. And they're out. Maddox with the early start, and he jumps to a big lead. He's going to look to try to hold off, but on the inside, Purser of Tusculum. That was a tight one down the stretch. We'll see. I think Purser of Tusculum might have got him. For Purser. Purser, 11-12, takes the third heat. Keep it moving on now. In the fourth heat, Wilson in lane 2 for Lynchburg. Sharkey, Lynchburg, lane 3. Hamilton, Lenoir-Rhyne, lane 4. Jacobs, Lynchburg, lane 5. Thoms, Lynchburg, lane 6. And Speaks of Lees McRae, lane 7. Well, correction actually for that third heat. Cayman Maddox gets the win in the third heat. 11-3-0. Purser and Hibbert both coming in right behind, 11-3-1 and 11-3-2. So Maddox wins the third heat. Got off to a strong start and was able to hold off Purser and Hibbert on the inside. A lot like Loyola Chicago against Illinois right now. Finishing off a lot of people's brackets. March Madness is everywhere. And now blocks are set. Looks like we only have a couple competitors in this heat. off. We got 3 competitors all on the outside. Doms of Lynchburg out in lane 6. Looks like he took that one running away. Moves us on to the 4th and final heat. Fifth and final heat. My bad. Final heats in the blocks now. So they come set. And you get told to stand up as we have a problem with the timer. Out of the blocks there and off to a hot start. So we see runners finish. That looks like the Hadoopy of Tusculum takes the final heat right there. Take a short break here. And then take a short break here and we'll be back for the 800 meter dash. 800 meter run. Both men and women. That'll be the next thing up on the track.
It's Nick.
And Greer with Paramount Automotive in Hickory.
We're located right on Highway 70 in Hickory with 6 new car franchises.
And a great selection of pre-owned vehicles.
Come see us for a fast, fun car buying experience.
Paramount Automotive Hickory. Paramount Auto.
First of 3 heats is out on the track now as Oosterveld of Anderson leads the way, followed closely by Cella of LMU, Quarento of Anderson, then Meadows of LR are your top 4. And they go into the last lap here. Final 400. Final 200 meters now for Oosterveld. She's pushing. And Meadows trying to be pushed by her teammate. She's in 4th. But Oosterveld looks like she's going to run away from the field and go the full wire-to-wire victory. Cella, Oosterveld, Cella, Quarento. And then Meadows in 4th. Second heat's underway here. 5 competitors. Mickens of Lees McRae out front, taking a commanding lead now going into the final lap. Early of Lincoln Memorial right behind her. But Mickens got out to a strong lead and now is looking to finish it off, creating distance from the pack. Minkins getting a good push from early, but Minkins will hold off. She'll take this heat. Looks like a time of 2:38. Men's high jump saw a couple of spectacular performances today. Isaiah Kyle with the win at 2 meters, 2.11 meters. Equals to 6'11". Now, for the third and final heat of this 800, Vesley of LR in lane 1, Kelly, Lees McRae, 2, Jenkins, Cleveland Community College, 3, Mackey, Mars Hill, 4, Jamerson, Mars Hill, 5, Harrison, LR, 6, Davis, Mars Hill, 7, and Holden, 8. So we got 3 Bears in this heat. And after this, we'll have the men on the track. There'll be 3 heats of that as well. Earlier in the 400-meter dash, Saida Hardwick took first with a time of 57.1. Emma Deadweller of Anderson in second, 57.93. But right here we have a nice little battle as Teresa Vesley takes over in front with Adelie Harrison right behind. Julia Holden for the Bears in fourth. And they go into the final lap, final little turnaround here before we conclude the women's portion of the 800-meter run. Vesley now still holding on to the lead as she goes into the final 200. Looks like Mackey of Mars Hill in second, with Harrison of LR in third and Holden of LR in fourth. See if they have anything in the tank, make a push here. Harrison now on the outside makes a push for second down the final straightaway. Vesley, Harrison, Vesley first, Harrison second, Mackey, and that looks like Jamerson and Holden. So that'll conclude the women's portion of the 800-meter run. Next up will be the men. We'll have 3 sections of that before we move on to the 400-meter hurdles. And just a reminder, you're listening to the LR Bears Open at Irwin Belk Track on the Bear Sports Network, brought to you by NBA Roofing. Take a quick break from the mic and be back to you.
And we're back at Irwin Belk Track. I'm Cole Beaker here with my co-host Anthony Brown. So we're off another sunny day out here in Hickory. Wind blowing a little bit, but we're here with the men's 800-meter dash. Gunsman shot. The runners of all. It's the first heat. Already got good 150 in. My guy Leonardo Martinez for Lenoir-Rhyne looking to make a strong push and crack another under 2 minute 800 here. We're watching Corbin Green from Lynchburg coming in with the fastest time at a 157. What are you looking forward into this race, AB?
Always the first lap is the tell of the tape. See how they kind of set the pace early on as they're coming into this turn right here, the support, and they're picking up speed now going into this final 400.
Yeah, sure does look like it, huh?
As Bergman's for Carson Newman is in front of the pack. It's a very, very tight-knit pack, though, right now, so this will be a heck of a final stretch. A push on the outside right there.
Yeah, it's exciting. Everybody's under 2 minutes, looks like, on the sheet, so it really looks like to be a dogfight to the very end.
Trying to see who that was who made a push on the outside. That might have been of Anderson. Burgess of Anderson now in front. But it's an extremely tight field. It's open for anybody.
Because my guy Leonardo Martinez looks like he's trying to make a strong push on the outside here in this last 150.
And now Burgess trying to separate himself. Martinez is making a push on the outside. Green also making a push. Burgess trying to hold off. And what a race we have here. Are we going to get everybody in under 2? We might have got everybody in under 2 minutes.
I have to check those results on that. That's real close. Unofficially, it looks like everyone just squeaked in under 2.
That was a very, very close race. A little bit of a shove at the end of the race as people are trying to cross the finish line. Burgess.
He closed out strong, AB. He opened himself on that last 200, 170-meter mark, and he just didn't look back from there.
Yeah, he looked like a stronger runner right there. Just kind of got in a position where he knew he could take off and showed his kick a little early. It's always what you got to be interested for. Good pace early on, but you got to make sure you got to have something in the tank because it's 2 laps.
It's a fast 2 laps, that's for sure. 158 goes by way quicker than you think.
And it hurt you just as much as you think it was. Now we're on to the second heat here.
Got a couple Lees McCrae running partners. Looks like they're seated first and second in this section as they're both right under the 2-minute mark with their PR. So it'll be interesting to watch these running teammates get out there and push each other again, as they look like they're already trying to open up a good lead in the first 150 down.
Pushing out to the front of the pack now. He split up are the Lees McCrae guys by Lincoln Memorial's Green, Ricardo Green, but he'll fall back right behind the pack. Ybarra, and Lomax of Lees McCrae. Lomax in front. They're trying to follow up the pace set in that first heat. You can see them pushing. Going across at about 57 on the first lap, and now they're trying to really open up. Lomax widens the stride length.
You know his running teammate Ybarra is going to be right there after him, though. You know he's going to try to catch up to him as close as he can. I'm sure as he does in practice as well.
Lomax, nice long strides, really trying to separate himself from the field. Ybarra, he's also created a little space. Green still hanging around.
Looks like Lomax done the same thing we saw Matthew Burgess did in the first one, that last 200, really kicking to another gear, trying to leave everybody else, as you see on the screen that he has.
And looks like that is Stanley of Tusculum going to make a push. He's in 4th right now, but Lomax leaving the pack. Green, and here's where the real race is, coming in for 2nd. Green, Stanley, Ybarra. Everybody's getting in, and I think that's close. I think Stanley might have got Green right at the line.
It would look like it was right there.
It might have dead heat.
I wanna check out unofficially, but it looks like Christopher Lomax from Lees McCrae looks like he set a new PR there. It looked like he unofficially She came in around 158.
He set a good pace and opened up his stride. Had a lot left in the tank, I think, going into the 200 than he might have thought he might have had.
For sure, yeah.
Showing a lot of pain on his face and stress, but there's a whole lot of that in these 800s.
Totally, and that's totally understandable.
That takes us into the final heat. The 800 before the 400-meter hurdles hits the track. Hurdle crew's getting semi-set up. You see some of the steeplers doubling down as great teammates and helping out.
Jacob Wadsworth, fresh out of a national championship run the other week, out there setting up.
We had Lucas on earlier. He talked highly of the All-American Wadsworth and his growth over the season.
Undeniable.
His growth as a teammate and as a leader is showing right now, helping out with the hurdles on the track. But before we get to the 400 hurdles, we got one more heat of the 800.
I hope y'all excited for watching these 800s. We got a bunch of them now.
Looks like Moss of Lincoln Memorial is pushed out in front with Buford right behind him.
That's right.
And Moss, nice long strides.
He's looking good right now. Yeah, he's looking great.
Pretty light blue spikes. Making sure he's seen as he comes around the curve. As we go, actually it's Buford and then Moss. And then Hudson. Hudson of Cleveland Community College in third. Buford now. It's the line at 57. Let's see what he has left in the tank. That's a sizable lead he has, though.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where he finished at, because last heat we saw the same runner finish right in at 57 during that first lap. So see if he can crack run under 2. That'd be a huge new PR for him as well.
Very strong start and holding on to that pace pretty well.
Here comes Moss.
Moss won't go away. Still hanging around. And Hudson, he's also not too far behind. We'll see if any of them have a kick left. 200 meters left to go.
That's where we see that final kick. Looks to be the theme, that last 150. Looks like Moss looks like to make an edge on his running teammate there as they pass him with 150 left to go.
Buford looks a little bit aghast, but Moss now takes the lead.
Here comes, here we go.
Found a second gear coming down the stretch, takes the lead back. Buford, Moss.
Wow.
We got a big push out here. Lane 8, a huge push from Walker. Walker out of
nowhere.
Oh, my goodness.
That's incredible. Wow. AB, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Like an RKO, it was out of nowhere, and Walker from the back to all the way to lead the pack.
That is not an understatement. He was in last, coming around that last curve here.
Wow. What a final race right there. A good showing. Walker makes a great push late. Takes the final heat while they get the hurdles set up on the track for the 400-meter hurdles. We're going to take a short break here on the Bear Sports Network.
Cordell Harris Insurance Agency, a family-owned and operated business serving the Hickory area since 1981, where we strive to take care of you and your den like family. As an independent insurance agency, we offer a vast spectrum of coverage for your commercial and personal insurance needs with our extensive network of providers. Cordell Harris Insurance Agency is a proud sponsor of Lenoir-Rhyne Athletics. Protect your den with Cordell Harris. Go Bears!
Hickory's hometown jeweler celebrates our hometown teams, college sweethearts. These couples met and fell in love in Hickory and have been together ever since. For the past 38 years, we've helped our clients celebrate a lot of milestones, and stories like these are some of our favorites. Bring your love back to where it all began. Show your college sweetheart the past as you look together to the future, and let us help you start your future here at Oz's Jewelers.
Bear Sports Network. Anthony Brown here with you as you go through the LR Bears Open. We have the 400-meter hurdles on the track now. 3 heats of this. Or correction, 2 heats of this for the women. See a good, nice, strong showing on the outside there. That'd be Sati of Wingate. Coming down the backstretch here. And this one's going to be a close one down the stretch. One more hurdle to go, and this race has gotten tight. Push on the inside. And that looks like Bobbist of Lynchburg and Davis of Lynchburg. Davis first, Bobbist second. Take on first of 2 heats. Heat 2 now. Anatunchi in lane 3. Stubbs of Tusculum in lane 4. And Mulkern of Lynchburg in lane 5. Stubbs of Tusculum getting out to the quick start. Stubbs also had a very nice showing in the 100-meter hurdles as well. Looking to add on to her day, just complete it off, make it a good day all around. She goes into the 200-meter mark, leading. Going into the final backstretch, Stubbs with the big lead. Looks like Will Kern of Lynchburg's in second. And Stubbs finished this one off. Nice strong time right there. Obliterates her PR. Coming in at 107. About a 5-second win right there. Now, the hurdles be raised up a height for the men. Hurdles go up to 33 inches now. Or correction, 36 inches. We'll have 2 heats. Full heat in the first one and half a heat in the second one. Then we'll have the 200s. A lot of heats of the 200s today. Colby Beaker back over here on the
yes, sir,
on the mic with me, and we've got a lot of competitors here for this 400-meter hurdle. And lane 1 will have Brothers of Lynchburg. Lane 2, Nolte of Wingate. Lane 3, Bostic, Carson Newman. Lane 4, Drummond, LR. especially with the fact that they didn't get a chance to improve on them last year.
Yeah.
So we'll see if these athletes can improve on what we see on the paper.
You see 2 freshmen, Justice Robinson and Marcus Crumpler, out there with a little veteran and Divine.
Create this a serious challenge for these athletes. Coming down the backstretch feels like it's going to be a headwind coming down the backstretch. It's arguably the worst one you can have. You'll get off to a strong start, but when that wall hits, it could hit. They're going to hope it dies down on the curve.
That's right, AB. You're a hurdler yourself. You have a couple records here in the hurdle books here. So, what are these guys looking at as they're going over the hurdles? I know you don't do much 400-meter hurdle work, but still technique going over the hurdles. Maybe it's a little longer distance, but what are these guys looking to get over?
Well, it is a shorter hurdle height, so the technique doesn't necessarily have to be as crisp as it is in one's ends. But it's all about rhythm. It's all about timing. It takes about 17 to 20 steps to get to the first hurdle, whatever you're at. And then it's about 13 to 16 steps in between. And you do not want to get off of your rhythm because that's a wasted energy that just wastes your time. As right now you see Robinson and Drummond.
They're getting after it here.
Exactly.
It's a strong start.
Very strong start. Drummond, this is one of his favorite events, and he's really looking forward to putting out a big number. Good showing into the curve. This is when things get technical because you got to make sure you don't hook a hurdle.
Yep.
Lost his steps.
There.
Lost his rhythm. Lost his steps there. Robinson trying to come back this stretch. This one's going to be a tight race down the finish. Drummond, Robinson. One more hurdle left. Crumpler still sitting in third. Drummond. Who's got enough left in the tank? Who's going to be able to finish this out? Robinson will take this one. Drummond and then Crumpler. What a race right there to get us started off.
That was great, AB. Wow, this is my first time watching a 400-meter hurdle relay, or not relay, but running outdoor as it is. And that's very exciting to see. I mean, that's amazing to me that these runners can still go sub 60 second here while throwing hurdles in their face in a lap scenario.
Impressive performance by all 3 Bears. We did lose one competitor in that, Thomas Nolte. He was not able to finish. Hope he's okay. Didn't exactly see what happened there for him, but would like to see him be able to walk it off and be all right. Just take this one as a DNF and move on.
Yep.
We have one more heat left before the hurdles will be moved off the track and the 200s will commence.
I'm excited to see this 200, AB. There's a lot of runners in there.
There's a lot of heats, a lot of competition. I think we'll see some good races. As we're winding down on this day. Field events are almost done. Finished both high jumps, pole vault. Looks like we're coming towards the end of that one. We finished both shot puts. Disc finish for both men and women. Long jump, triple jump finish, both men and women. And we'll get some of those numbers in a second as they're updated.
That's right.
But we have 3 competitors in this last heat. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. That'd be Eatman, Leontes, and Romsdahl. Romsdahl. There we go.
It's a tongue twister.
Hey. He's out there in lane 6, and he gets off to a good start for Lynchburg.
Oh, wow.
And now we got to be careful for Leontes. He came in and actually won the 110 hurdles in the heat by himself. Didn't have a time, so
Sneaky.
Don't be surprised for him. He has speed that may not reflect the number put down here, and he's showing it off as he gets off to a quick start.
He's looking crisp, baby.
Pack. Nice, smooth strides. That's what I was talking about earlier. You don't want to cut your rhythm off. He's doing a great job of that. Coming into this back stretch, and wow, this is going to be an impressive time if he can just hold this pace. He's at about 44 seconds. He's going into the last hurdle. He might do it again from the second heat, win the overall race. It looks like he'll be just a little behind. It's going to be close. at the line. A very respectable time.
That's close, AB. Wow, we're going to have to check numbers on that for sure.
Very respectable time for Leontes. I mean, you couldn't put anything past him earlier on. Like I said, the 110, he ran in the second heat by himself and was able to run the fastest time.
That's impressive.
You don't see that too often now. The second heat, somebody just run away like that. So he was faster than his number said. He showed it right there. That'll conclude the 400-meter hurdles here. So we're going to take a short break here on the Bear Sports Network while they prepare for the 200-meter dash and be back. You're watching Lenoir-Rhyne Track and Field on the Bear Sports Network.
Our decision as a conference last Thursday to cancel the spring season was not made lightly.
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, Anthony Brown. The women's 200's underway. Heat 1 of 6. Going to be a lot of good competitors here. It looks like Jordan Seeley on the outside for the Bears got off to the hot start. And down the stretch, this one's going to be close. Seeley, Bostic. Bostic looking like she's trying to hold off, and I think she got it. Bostic, Davis, and maybe Seeley on the outside for the Bears. Good race right there. Good showing. .25.63. And Deadweiler of Anderson also in the running. That was a very good heat. Second heat, we'll have Barnes of Lynchburg in 1, Lowe of Carson Newman in 2, Robinson of Wingate in 3, Setri of Wingate in 4, Heath of Wingate in 5, Hardwick of Lenoir-Rhyne in 6, Bradshaw of Wingate in 7, and Covington of Lincoln Memorial in 8. Full heats. All 8 lanes will be used. Second heat is off. Saida Hardwick with a nice strong push in the middle lanes. And this one's going to be another tight one down the stretch. Low on the inside. Hardwick trying to make a push on the outside. Couple runners up the middle. Let's see how this finishes. I think Lowe was able to hang on there. Amanda Lowe for Carson Newman. Looked like she got first in that second heat. 2 heats down. 4 more to go. Saida Hardwick second in the second heat. Nice strong showing for her as well. In Heat 3, we have in Lane 1, Johnson of Mars Hill. Lane 2, McLaughlin of Carson Newman. Lane 3, Casto of Lynchburg. Lane 4, Sells of Lincoln Memorial. Lane 5, Gibbs of Lincoln Memorial. Lane 6, Lacey of Lynchburg. Lane 7, White, Lees McRae. Runners getting in their blocks. Everybody getting set to go. And they're off. On the outside, looks like we still have a push from White of Lees McRae. She's trying to hold off the field from the outside, and she'll do it. Halfway through the women's 200-meter runs. Maya Lacey of Lynchburg finishing second. Right on the inside of white. Moves us on to Heat 4. And Lane 1, Campbell of Carson Newman. Lane 2, Cone, Lenoir-Rhyne. Lane 3, Carter, Tusculum. Lane 4, Williams, Wingate. Lane 5, Verudu, Cobo, Lincoln Memorial. Lane 6, Perry, Lynchburg. Lane 7, Seward, Lynchburg. And Lane 8, Nelms, Carson Newman. Warming up in the infield now are the Javelin. A nice crosswind today, so gotta keep your eyes up with the Javelin. Make sure we don't have any freakish accidents. Runners are in their blocks. And they're off. Cone on the inside for LR, making a very strong push. She tries to push out into the front. Coming down the stretch, this one's going to be tight. Lane 7, Seward of Lynchburg, trying to hold off, and I think Seward might have been able to get Carter. I want to say it was Seward of Lynchburg, and then Carter in second, and Kuhn of LR in third. Five of 6 is now on the track. In lane 1, Joshua, Lenoir-Rhyne. In lane 2, from Carson Newman, Bailey. Lane 3 of Wingate, Dunlap. Lane 4, Anderson of Lynchburg. Lane 5, Connor of Lenoir-Rhyne. Lane 6, Wagner of Lynchburg. Lane 7, Camden of Lynchburg. And lane 8, Grow of Anderson. Joshua on the inside for LR, trying to make a late push here. Bailey for Carson Newman, trying to hold off. Bailey of Carson Newman finished that one. Holds off Dunlap of Wingate. And the final heat. Camamarta of Lynchburg in 1. Lindsay of Wingate in 2. Johnson of Anderson in 3. Heravaska of Carson Newman in 4. Parsons of Lynchburg in 5. Carter of Tusculum in 6. And Russell of Lynchburg in 7. After this, the men will get on the track. We also have 6 heat of the men's as well, winding down to the last few events. is on the outside. It looks like Parsons of Tusculum trying to hold off. Or that was Carter on the outside for Tusculum, as Parsons will get this win and win the final heat for the women's 200-meter dash. We'll have 6 heats of the men's. Now about to get set. Heat 1 we'll have in lane 1 for Tusculum, Walker. Lane 2 for Wingate, Jennings. Lane 3 Tusculum, Taylor. Lane 4 Lees McRae, Sims. Lane 5 Carson Newman, Melican. Lane 6 Lenoir-Rhyne, Davis. Lane 7 Lenoir-Rhyne, Marsh. And lane 8 Carson Newman, Weasley. And they're out of there. Can't tell who this is in lane 5. It's Melican. Very strong race. Pulled out in front and held to his lead. Very strong showing right there. Edges out his teammate, Isaiah Weesby. And just like that, on to Heat 2 in lane 1, we'll have Maddox of Lenoir-Rhyne. Lane 2, Turner Jr. of Lenoir-Rhyne. Lane 3, Shiraku of Lynchburg. Lane 4, Hebert of Carson Newman. Lane 5, Navarez, Lynchburg. Lane 6, Hart of Tusculum. Lane 7, Dwight of Lenoir-Rhyne. And lane 8, Robinson of Lenoir-Rhyne. These runners are off. We have Maddox and Royce Jr. both running. Maddox on the inside, Royce Jr. right next to him. Push on the outside. Royce looking to hold him off. Royce Turner Jr. takes that heat right there. Second was Bobby Navarez, Lynchburg. Jordan Hibbert of Carson Newman, and then Cayman Maddox for LR. That'll move us on now. A third of the way done with the men's heats. So heat 3 of 6. In lane 1, Burks of Wingate. Lane 2, Diggs, Lynchburg. Lane 3, Greer of Carson Newman. Lane 4, Payne of Lenoir-Rhyne. Lane 5, Rhea of Lynchburg. Lane 6, Purser of Tusculum. Lane 7, Wake of Lynchburg. And lane 8, Short. Runners are on their marks. Good race as they get ready to come out the curve. Push from both the inside and the outside here. These runners are going to come in across even. But Burks and lane 1. Nice, smooth, and he'll take this one with the consistent run. Takes us over the halfway point. And now we have heat 4. Nicholson of Lees McRae in 1. 4 of Lynchburg in 2. Crompton of Wingate in 3. Hudson of Wingate in 4. Tiller of Wingate in 5. Allen of Wingate in 6. Hamilton of Lenoir-Rhyne in 7. And Skolt of Lynchburg in 8. Out of the blocks. Nice hot start. Bulldogs have a lot of competitors in this one. Strong push out of lane 3. Crompton running away from the field. It's all Crompton from start to finish here in heat 4. In a race of Bulldogs. Crompton runs away with it. 22:18. Very impressive time for Crompton. Elijah Crompton. And just 2 more heats of this before we have the 5,000 and then the last event of the day on the track, the 4x4. In this heat, we have Lebowski of Wingate, Cannon of Anderson, Sharkey of Lynchburg, Jacobs of Lynchburg, Thoms of Lynchburg, and Blackstone of Lynchburg's lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 will be used here. Looks like we're missing a few athletes. Then we'll have one final group of 3 before we make way for the 5,000 run. Setting runners are off. Let's get a push now, and we'll see. That's Thoms of Lynchburg trying to lead it from the outside, pulling away. And Thoms will take the second to last heat. Before we wrap it up here, we will have one more heat of the men's 200 meters. And lane 3. Lane Hunter of Anderson. Lane 5 Speaks of Lee's McRae. The wind's really picking up now. Heat of 200s, it's off. After this, we'll have the women's 5,000 meter run and then the men's 5,000 meter run, followed by the last events on the track, the women's and then men's 4x4. These two competitors down the stretch, right next to each other. Norman and Speaks. Speaks trying to push on the outside. Norman right next to him, and right next to each other the whole way around. I don't really know who won that one. They might have finished together. But 5,000 getting ready to get started up. Women's 5,000 will go first. Getting lined up. I'm going to take a quick break here and be back to finish the LR Bears Open on the Bear Sports Network.
Celebrate great with Carolina West Wireless. Great new phones and a great customer experience, all on our great nationwide high-speed network. Stop by today and get big savings on select Samsung smartphones, like $350 off the Samsung Galaxy S20 and S20 Plus, and $350 off the Note 20 and Note 20 Ultra. The great savings continue with 4 lines of unlimited data for just $35 a month per line. Celebrate great savings and go stay connected wherever your travels take you.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement our
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, we have one heat of the women's 500 meter or 5,000 meter run. For the Bears, you have Addie Bjerknes and Janet Wampe. Also, Caroline Hilliard. They're the lead pack right now. And these runners, sporting the new black uniforms, will run around this track 12 and a half times. And then the men will follow. back here just checking in on the Bear Sports Network. Anthony Brown with you. Under a mile to go here for the women in this 5,000 meter. Caroline Hilliard leading the way. Hilliard opening up a gap. Janet right behind her. And then Pierce, I think, for Wingate is now in third. But Hilliard has definitely opened up a large gap now and really trying to assert herself here in this 5,000, separate from the pack. Just over 1,000 meters to go. It's bell lap time for Caroline Hilliard. She's trying to get under 18 here. She'll need about an 82 on this last lap to do it. Let's see if she has anything left in the tank. Hilliard opened up a extremely large gap on the field and is making her push now. It's an impressive one at that. Right on pace. She needs a 42 for the last 200. She's opening up. She's pushing for it now. Caroline's going for it. She's going to push. Going for it, and that'll put her under 18. What a run right there by Caroline Hilliard. Smashes her previous PR. And that puts her at second best all time in LR history. And for Janet Kwambe, who finished second, she will now move up to third all-time. Just some impressive numbers that we've seen fall. Seen the ladies put up today. Add to it as these women finish the 5,000. You see another set of competitors all crossing the finish line here to finish out their races. Hattie Bjerknes of the Bears crossing at about 19:20. After this, we'll have the men's 5,000 and then the last event of the day on the track. So stay tuned on Bear Sports Network as an exciting day of events and full of a lot of great numbers is about to come to a close with just a couple events left on the track. Now on the track, the second to last event of the day, the men's 5,000 meter run. Nice strong field showing here, led by a pack of bulldogs. So, I'm going to let these guys run another 12 and a half laps before the 4x4 will hit the track, and that'll wrap up this day for the LR Bears Open. But you enjoy watching the men's 5,000 meter run. And back here on the Bear Sports Network as we have the bell lap of the men's 5,000 meter run. After this, we will have the women's and men's 4x4s. There will still be some field events that have to go on, so the track meet won't be over, but the streaming will end after the 4x4s. You can follow everything else that happens at Big Kahuna Timing for live results, or if you want to just check out the results that have happened through the day. As you can see, the leader, Miles Dalton, or Quillen Phillips, actually, just breaking away from the pack, pushing through, looking for a PR here. Coming down, trying to break the 15 mark. He's going to be close. He'll be right around 15 minutes. 15:01. These athletes now across the finish line as they get ready to wrap it up here.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip Hop Group Tag Team to help you plan dessert?
Fresh vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop shakalaka, 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 shaka, scoop shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could.
Back here on the Bear Sports Network, as we are down to the final two running events of the afternoon. 4x4 for the men and women. Tusculum A on the inside, Lenoir-Rhyne in 4, and then Tusculum B on the outside in lane 6. That looks like Watkins for Tusculum on the inside. Sealy for the Bears. And Griffin for Tusculum B on the outside. This can become a very intense event. Bears handed off. Kuhn now gets it for the Bears. Stubbs on the inside for Tusculum. And Cella for Tusculum on the outside. And LR now making a push to overtake Tusculum. Big run on the back stretch. Second leg. Got the baton in second place and now opening up a gap as it'll be handed off to Taylor Meadows for the Bears. This one's going to be a tight one down the stretch as Tusculum and LR will make their handoffs about the same time. Bears get theirs first. And Meadows gets out. And she's going to try to create some space early on. Meadows being an 800 runner is very, very strong. Just wondering to see if she has enough legs left. Now she opens up about a 10-meter gap and is looking to try to press the issue now and really create some space. Bears are going to try to make their push now. About a 25-meter gap. Meadows has done her job here. This race was close, and Meadows has opened it up. Looking to pass it off to Hardwick. And Bears looking to create some space. Bostic of Tusculum in second. Hardwick gets it. Wilson for Tusculum. Going to try to catch her. But the gap might be too much as Hardwick is out and running. Very good pace set. Taylor Meadows did a lot of work right there to open up that gap and make this comfortable for the Bears. As Saida Hardwick now looks to bring it home. Watkins for Tusculum in behind. She's going to have to make a push now if she wants to have any shot at catching Saida Hardwick. Very strong runner herself who looks like she's about to close this race out and finish this one for the Bears. Turning it over. Saida Hardwick bringing it on home. And your LR Bears women's 4x4 team will take this one. Tusculum coming in second. Nice effort by all these ladies. And they make the final calls. We're going to get set up. And the men's 4x4 will be on the track. I'm going to take a short break here on the Bear Sports Network and be right back to wrap up the day. last event of the day will feature 3 teams. Tusculum B in lane 1, Carson Newman in lane 2, and Tusculum B in lane 4. See Devin Moore, Carson Newman blazing around this curve. Carson Newman with a sizable lead now as the third handoffs have been made. Tusculum doing their best to try to close down on this gap, but the Eagles of Carson Newman here looking to stretch this lead out even farther. And for the last exchange, the Eagles are in first, followed by the 18 for the Pioneers. And down the stretch, bringing home the victory in the final race of the day, Carson Newman will be followed by Tusculum. Still got one more Tusculum team out there coming out of the 200 curve as they look to finish up this race day. This will be the last event for the LR Bears Open. A very, very successful day. We saw a lot of records fall. We saw Bears move up in the all-time list. We had some guest speakers. A lot of good things. Some shout-outs to good teammates. And it's still early. This outdoor season is going to be a fun one. A lot of big meets ahead. But a lot of things will be happening on campus. For anything happening with the Bears Sports Athletic, tune in to Bears Sports Network, where you can find any of the live streams, the games, meets, races, anything you want to see. Find it on Bears Sports Network. Thank you for joining us here. Have a great evening. Good night.